supervisors too?
Well,
Just part of it.
there's part of it. So,
I mean, I've been reading and listening and trying to do my duty here, following what's going on.
as far as what the supervisors, Wendy, you're doing those things, right?
Yeah, it's not really, yeah.
Oh, I'm not doing that one, you're doing that one.
Yeah, you're just writing the
So
presentation.
you're only doing,
Yeah, us little lot.
like, when we
Our little group, yeah.
get the officers, and then we go to the joint meeting,
I'll use
and
my,
then when that's over, then we kind of go back.
I will use my best discretion. As I said to Wendy, please correct me. I have no problem with somebody saying, by the way, do it differently.
I've never fired a volunteer.
Let's see, how many people are going to be here? I'm no longer token board here.
We're gonna be like normal.
Yes.
The rest of the visitors are just,
But how many of the supervisors are going to be here?
all three.
Okay, so I'm just doing it.
We're only.
No, this is the planning group right here.
And see,
And they'll be sitting out there.
That's all we need.
That's why I did ask Connie originally, because I was like, I didn't know if the supervisor wanted
So-
to be here.
so was Ken coming or?
He should be.
Yeah, I think he's.
I got that one thing with what, 39 pages. I did sort of I skimmed through it.
You didn't have that much.
I skimmed through it and he printed out the first page. I was saying that was enough.
Like, this whole section.
Alright, I've seen you for a while.
Proposed changes.
I think the big change is to start with the ones that are on this page of that.
That's, I think that's when I see
And a
what
lot
it's
of the
got.
rest of it, and a lot of the rest of it is taking
It's
stuff
down there.
that's currently there and formatting it.
Rather good.
I reckon that this first sits up.
The one day where I don't.
So I saw you out there working today.
Of course you do.
Sue and I had a drove by, saw you guys,
Yes.
Hey.
Hey, my dude.
Hey, how are you?
paying your dues.
Hey.
Is that we go there and shit?
I'm not sick. Last time I sat this close to you, I got sick.
We'll send it back.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Sherry Kelly.
Oh, very, very nice to meet you. Yes, Sharon.
Hello.
Birch.
How are you?
Very good.
I'm Sherry Kelly. Nice to meet you. I know you.
Well, I'm no longer the newbie. I love it.
I'm sorry.
I'm no longer the newbie then, so you're the newbie.
So you can sit up here.
You graduated.
Now I'm gonna get my
Okay.
my notebook. Here, go with me.
Yeah, you gotta get that out there, Rich.
Oh, I'm in your spot. You always sit here. Oh, for heaven's sake. No, I'll take it.
Oh, which way? Who sits where? I'm not taking my. Do you sit here? That's your normal.
I always think of you sitting here. But if you want the comfy chair, how about you take the comfy chair?
Did you guys get my email I sent? I just sent it like 15 minutes ago. I have it, I'm standing up. Okay. I'll just stand here like this. I have a physical issue that it doesn't allow me to sit forever. So I just like to stand here. So just keep on going like the meeting.
Yeah, you walk around the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody has some snot going on.
Don't blame me.
Oh, yeah.
Don't blame me.
No, no, you-
It's just insane.
I was clear over there.
But if anyone decides to do it instead, take that down.
Stay warm. When I do a body, I get it to degrees.
Yeah, I was waiting he knows that. Matter of fact, that's all the code.
Oh, really?
Yes, we had lots and lots of things.
Good.
There was a big packet of
I know, I just got done skiing. It's like, my hands are a little cold.
I printed out
as soon as you move it
Yeah, I
over,
wasn't sure
I'll work with Dan.
Yeah, right?
But do I have to
Dan,
say
so
everybody
you
was
do
in?
that.
We just had.
Yeah, he did
Oh, thank you.
He's a worker, man.
We don't do this to everybody who's in the room.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think.
Oh, yes, Wendy's doing this. Wendy's doing this.
I just figured out here.
Then I have to
Keep
just-
mentioning that we can get back some of our.
Yeah, this is a joint meeting. We're doing the
Yes.
stormwater area.
Okay.
No, well, that was part of it, but
No, trying to start.
there was a bunch, did you see
You
that
want
tree
more?
just on the wire?
Yeah.
So she doesn't have
That
to,
big
she
tree
doesn't know
that's down there,
anybody,
about this
didn't know
big,
how everybody's.
I'll make the
with
note.
all this stuff out there.
Yes,
Cleaned up
I'm on the same page.
anything that was laying
And then, in the
horizontal
beginning of the meeting.
behind the tree, we left there, because all the rocks.
This way
Wendy
everybody's.
caught me, I had my mouth open, Wendy caught me and got me.
So we left them up in there and just cleaned up.
Is that township land?
Mhm.
It is.
Thank you.
Well, 6:30. I don't have another minute to figure out who it's supposed to be. We're all here. I don't think I need to call my name, unless you need me to. Okay. So before we start with the joint meeting, we just have to do a quick reorganization. So, do I have a motion from our group for chairman?
I motion that you remain chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Vice chair? Which was Luther?
Yeah, Luther.
Yes,
Second.
yes.
You agree to continue that role? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
And motion for secretary?
Beatrice.
Is there a second?
Second it.
Do you agree to do that?
I will, yes, I'll do this, I'll do my best.
All in
I'll be
favor?
good, but I'll do my
Aye.
best.
Okay. So now we can do the joint meeting. Rob, I was gonna suggest you just kind of give us a briefing from what you've done and kind of to kick off discussion.
Okay.
I mean, based on your understanding, what we wanted, we read your note.
Right.
I mean, to talk a little bit about, like, for me in particular, right at the beginning of your draft, you've got different categories and that, and what you're thinking behind those are and stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, I, sent out through Wendy, a big document that has, is essentially a rewritten, AR district and a rewritten conservation district. And then, rewrites of 3 other sections of the zoning ordinance that has to do with, how to handle conservation subdivision. So I trust that you all have that, right?
Yes.
Okay. As I said in the cover letter that went with that, I don't think it would be, I don't think it would be beneficial for us tonight to get into all the nitty gritty little details on how that rewrite is put together. I was suggesting in the cover letter that we instead, make sure that we are all on the same page in terms of the issues we are trying to fix with those 2 districts and with the conservation subdivision, component of those districts and the rest of the ordinance. Sort of make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of the solutions, the issues we're trying to fix and in general, on the same page on the broad solution, solutions that we're trying gonna try to put into the ordinance. So that's what I was hoping to do tonight. We can, if we get to the point where we can touch on some of the details and so forth, or have some Q&A about some of the details of the material I've written, we can do that. I was anticipating we'd probably do that at a subsequent meeting, but you know, that's what I was sort of anticipating we try to accomplish tonight. So, I guess I would start by just providing some background in terms of those two districts and my understanding at least of some of the issues that the township has been having with those districts. They've always been sort of complex. And for those of you that have been on the planning commission for a little while, I suspect when you've had plans come before you that working your way through the subdivision plans in the context of those zoning districts and the procedures, yeah, my guess is it would be sort of difficult, or at least challenging. Am I correct in that guess? I know when I do plan review for, I'm the assigned plan reviewer for the county for county review for subdivision plans in every township. I know it's challenging for me in terms of figuring out how everything works together. And I helped, I was involved in preparation of it back 20 years ago. So I have some history with it, and it still is difficult for me. So I don't know how it's been with the rest of the township, or Dominic. I don't know if you have a perspective on that. I'll just keep going until somebody stops me.
Well, I'll just say I think that you're absolutely spot on. 20 years ago they over-rotated for a certain reason, and now that we've lived with those consequences, we found that we needed better clarity. And I think you did a good job.
That was one of the questions we had, was what was their reason for that particular spot over there in the state conservation, everything else AR, and then they threw conservation up on the hill here.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the.
Yeah,
some
that
of
I
the
don't
theory-
remember. That I don't remember very well.
Because there had to be a reason they did.
I suspect it's because that landscape there was more wooded,
Still
and
is.
less agricultural than the main part of the valley here.
The part that we're actually talking about, it's now been divided off, but it was a part of that big farm back there.
Yeah.
And it stayed in woods, but the majority of the farm actually falls in Freedom Township, not Liberty Township.
Okay.
But it's about 500 acres.
Yeah. In the end, the AR and the C district aren't all that different in terms of how they function, what you need to have in your subdivision plans, if you have development proposals in there, and so forth. I mean, they're not that much different. There's some percentage differences that are there. There's some additional uses that are authorized in the AR district, but functionally they're not all that different.
One of the questions I would have, and concerns I would have, if we change this particular area over here, does that open us up to the people in the other conservation coming back and say, well, you know what, you did it for these guys, we
Well,
want it done for us too.
If you change the conservation district, it would, or the AR district, I mean, those changes would apply to anyone in those districts, any property.
Well, that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is, we have a conservation over in the McLaughlin Bullfrog Road area, and then we have it up here on the mountainside. If we change it over here in this section, does that open up over here where we have a larger area, where those people come and say, well, you know what, we want you guys to change that too.
The rules apply to both.
It'll apply to both. And it'd still be, open space subdivisions and so forth. I mean, it still has the overall language in there. That development will still be limited.
So one comment I have, it seems to be that when these conservation efforts were done 20 years ago, that they kind of were looking at what I think the way the laws were originally set up were. It was large areas and large tracts for green space and open space. Yeah. And in our case in the township, because of the way that the area was developed, there are lots of small subtracts. And so it becomes very difficult to apply these. Again, I'm going to over-rotate. I'm a layman, not a smart guy. And I did not stay to Holiday Inn Express last night. So, but it seems like we kind of over-rotated at a time for what I understood was the right thing at the time. But now, as we've grown, we need to be able to address it. Some of these smaller lots of land that need to be consolidated, that someone can put a home on or put two on, and they don't have to adhere to it. And it looks like what you wrote, which I did review, is that you've been able to sort of say, hey, look, we're not rewriting the code. What we're doing is actually providing better clarification about how these areas are going to be managed. And then we're going to reduce the number of loopholes that potentially could be there. And then clearer understanding about what expectations around the property are, while still maintaining the same conservation results. It's kind of what I took away from what you wrote.
I think that's a pretty good summary.
Okay. I did read it, so.
Let me put some additional context
Yeah.
to that. So, those of you that maybe were around in 2003, how many?
I was around them.
Well, around and involved in the township. I mean, 2003 was when the township was faced with the Liberty Valley PRD development project, and ultimately they denied that application, got sued in the courts, it was a settlement agreement, and so, but that development proposal in this valley right here sort of prompted the township to want to change its original zoning ordinance and come up with something a little bit more conservation oriented, pull back development a little bit. And so at that time, 2003 and 2000s, there was a concept that was being sort of introduced in the planning world. It goes by a range of different names: conservation subdivision, conservation by design, whatever.
Yeah.
The people from Natural Lands Trust who sort of developed the model always hate it when we say it's a development technique, but it's a development technique that has some land conservation in it. And so sort of the township, as it reacted to dealing with the Liberty Valley PRD, wanted to come up with a zoning package that was, had more focus on conservation. And so it just happened that the township retained a planning consultant that was very interested in conservation by design, conservation subdivision processes. And she integrated, she was sort of the driving force of integrating this conservation subdivision approach into the zoning ordinance. And that's fine, it's a valid technique. There are other municipalities in the county that use it. Hamilton Van Township being one, in this immediate area. The package got sort of massaged like one time in the late 2000s to try to smooth out some issues, but I guess we didn't smooth out enough, so to speak. And so as we've used it over the past, 15 or so years, it became particularly apparent with this project over in McLaughlin.
Yeah.
That when you have zoning districts that say all subdivision activity, all development activity shall be done in accordance with conservation subdivision approaches. Number one, it doesn't work for somebody that has 4 acres that wants to cut it in half. And because they have, at that size they have to choose an option 1 or 2 subdivision. You can't. It's too small to build separate streets for the new lots. I mean, there's not enough land area there's not enough of land area to warrant extensive conservation efforts. And so with that project specifically, the standards are in, you have to apply them as your zoning ordinance, you can't not apply them. That would be a bad precedent to set. But at the same time, I think we all realize that this isn't working for these small properties. That are looking to do just a normal subdivision that hundreds of people do every year, throughout the whole region. Maybe they wanna sell half of their property to their kids, for their kids to build a lot, or, whatever the reasoning is. It just doesn't work for properties of that size. The other thing that I noticed noticed recently was, when you look at those two zoning districts and you see the way that uses are allocated, they're listed as uses that are permitted in the development area, uses that are permitted in the conservation area, and so forth and so on. That doesn't fit real well when you have just somebody that wants to put a new use on an existing property. Goldenwood, for example, right? The kennel. That's a use that's permitted in a development area. That's how it's listed in the AR district. But to get a development area, you have to go through the conservation subdivision process to identify the development area and the conservation area on the lot. Well, do you really need to do that?
Yeah.
When you're just talking about somebody proposing a new lot or a new use on an existing lot?
Yeah.
Perhaps it's undeveloped or whatever. I mean,
To me, that seems like an unnecessary burden on the taxpayer.
Possibly. I guess you could still come up with a process to minimize the extent of a large property that's converted to a new use. For example, say Middle Creek Bible Conference was to come back and they found a 100-acre property. You might not want to, you might not want to allow the entire 100 acres to be developed as a retreat property. You might want to have, allow a small portion of it to be development and maybe 70% of it be left as green space or whatever. And to minimize the impact of what might otherwise be a very large institutional use on a very rural setting with rural roads and rural construction and so forth. And it obviously impacts on rural setting. That may not be the ideal setting either. But it's probably, but to do that within the context of conservation subdivision language is probably not the solution.
Yeah.
That would be, that would be appropriate to deal with an existing property. So those were the sort of the two things that I sort of recently identified, in my capacity as from a plan review perspective, to say that, hey, we probably need to take another look at these two districts and the conservation subdivision approach as a whole and try to make those two elements work better, while still retaining the conservation-oriented features of those two zoning districts, the AR and the C. So that's what I tried to do with the rewrite. It's the two districts. They're still complex. They're still long. In the draft language that I sent out, they both still go number of pages. But I did try to add some language in there that adds more development options than just the option 1 and option 2 and option 3 subdivisions, because not everything that that you have is a subdivision, right? In fact, a lot of Goldenwood's a perfect example. That project was a land development. It wasn't a subdivision. There was no land being subdivided to facilitate that use. It was on existing property. So in both of the districts, I added a couple additional development options to deal with existing properties. And then when you look at the use section, which is 201C and 202C, I assigned and I kept sort of the same organization of the uses in these districts, but so, uses that were permitted in a development area, they're now also permitted for option 1 and 2 properties, which is development on an existing property, or subdivision of an existing property. But without having to do the conservation, the open space conservation stuff. You still have the basic, density and enhanced conservation options that you have in the 2 zoning districts. They're still in there. You still have the combination option if you wanna, combine, enhanced conservation option with the estate lot option, for example. That is still eligible, that's still a listed option. So the general format is still in there for both the AR and the C district. It's just, hopefully, adding in some language that better addresses how to deal with existing properties or smaller properties that we really shouldn't be applying, that we don't really need to apply the conservation subdivision approach to, And so, that's just set at, 10 acres in size. It could be larger, it could be smaller. But, just to put a number in there to start with, I mean, saying, you have to have 10 acres in size and you're developing a maximum, or developing more than 3 lots to trigger the conservation subdivision process. You could do, on a larger property, you could subdivide off a couple lots without having to trigger the conservation subdivision language. But once you get to that 3rd or above, then the rest of them have to go conservation subdivision. And I realize I'm hitting a lot of, I'm starting to hit some specific details here.
Well, some of it, I would just like to understand, just the very first page, which you got is section 350-201B.
Yeah, so that's
where you've got the lots existing as a certain date, is kind of what you're thinking is there, and then just those categories.
Yeah, and
Page 1.
So that's the different development. That's for the C district, the conservation district, and this is the section that establishes, similar to what you have in the current C district.
When you say property is existing as of a date,
Oh,
does
okay,
that mean
so
if it's subdivided after that, that the certain things don't
Yeah,
apply
so,
anymore?
I think we need, if we're going to set a framework where where you have a large property and you're gonna develop, maybe slowly over time or whatever, and say that, okay, you get the first 3 lots, without doing conservation subdivision, but anything more than that, you have to do conservation subdivision. You're gonna have to establish a starting point from which you start counting those existing lots and the number of parcels that you've subdivided from.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that one, Rob?
Yeah.
So when you say, because I saw that a couple times in there where you're talking about the lots being, but what if I have 3 1-acre lots, and so I've consolidated 3 into 3 acres? Do I now have to do a land conservation, or is it, or with
If you're
your
consolidating 3,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay, so it's really more about once you get over, I think you said, it's 10 acres, or is it 20?
Yeah, 10, it's 10 right now.
So once you move above 10, that's when you actually would have to put a conservation plan in place.
Yeah, 10 acres and more than 3 lots is the way it's written now. Right now, it's any property of any size and the first subdivision. All subdivisions have to go through conservation.
Yeah, no, I get that, that's the problem, right?
Yeah. So you're just putting in a little bit of a leeway where someone can do a fairly straightforward subdivision with that.
So we don't necessarily have to do 10, we can do 5, or do.
Yeah, I would consider 10 to be a placeholder, and also the number 3, the number of lots that you.
Why I don't really understand why 3 is an important number.
it's just a number it shows.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's I don't know if I could rationalize it. It's a number greater than one.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right, so you're gonna consolidate something.
Yeah, so, yeah, I was thinking, I mean, I think you want a number that's low enough so that anything that's significant in terms of number of new lots, new units and so forth gets treated as a conservation subdivision. But large enough so that you give property owners the ability to do a couple straightforward lots without having to go through the whole process.
Some of the issue too, that's like, especially when you start talking Shawnee lots, where some of them are an eighth of an acre,
Yeah.
or a quarter of an acre. So if you have an eighth and a quarter and another eighth, those are considered three different lots.
Is there?
So that,
That's the only thing, that's exactly what I was going with. The
Okay.
language, as I read it, didn't say, add 3, but you have to go greater than 10 acres,
Yeah.
right? That's what I think it was missing, so I
the
don't.
problem that we have, some of the residents,
Are there any
yeah,
of
they have
those?
to have at least a minimum of an acre, even if they wanna build a house and get the septic and get the well on there. And so if they're buying 5 of these lots and make a whole acre,
And then we gotta put them,
Okay.
yeah, they
But,
gotta.
but is any of that in the conservation district?
Not the conservation
No.
district, but there is some
It's just
turning
AR.
lots.
It doesn't.
There are some turning lots in the AR district.
Yes.
Which is the same format. I mean,
Well, like I said, a lot of those lots that we're talking about is over in the conservation, over there in the McLaughlin area, that is where a majority of those, Shawnee lots are at.
Yeah, remember, they're existing lots.
Yes.
So even though they are, most of them 100 by 200 feet. Yeah. That's what they are.
Yeah.
If they come in to get a building permit for a house, you can't say you don't have an acre of land. It's an existing lot. They still are allowed to build that house.
Well,
Now,
you
and
may say
it'd
that,
still
but
be
then
allowed to, and I'm just making it up, put a 7-Eleven there. I don't know if I'm out in zone anyway, but they could still do all that. What he's talking about is a land development / subdivision where you need that. So
Yeah,
the
it's really
Tornado lot couldn't cut in half and all of a sudden have, two 20,000 acre, 20,000 square feet lots because they wouldn't meet I think the 1 acre minimum you have it as.
Okay.
They wouldn't meet that. But the existing lot, they could build one. They could still put a house on there because it's an existing lot. That's
they're
what
running into issues where they can't, because the lot's not big enough for them to get their septic, their house, and their well.
Well, that's
And it- within that 100.
that's a
So,
different
I know
that's a
it is,
different issue.
but it is an issue.
It is. I mean, and I know you're not Carroll Valley, but they have all of them. They have 90% of your Charnita lots. I mean, it's a puzzle piece that they have to figure out, and some of them just cannot be built upon. Some of them are dead because their neighbors' wells block off and all. And if that means they have to buy 2 lots, put them together to have enough land, then it is what it is.
Yeah, I don't think a consolidation plan, consolidation subdivision would trigger the conservation.
Okay, that's my biggest
Yeah,
fear.
that's what I
If
was-
they
In fact,
consolidate these lots, is it gonna trigger
Right.
this?
No, and in fact, I think there's language, I know there's language in the subdivision ordinance that deals with, lot additions, lot consolidation. I'm trying to remember if in the AR district specifically, if there's specific language on how to handle, lot add-ons or whatever, I don't remember. If it's in there, I didn't look at that section for this project.
Okay.
But from a zoning enforcement perspective, I mean, if somebody came in front of the township and said, yeah, I have 3 Charnita lots, I wanna consolidate them into one and use it as one building lot, I don't think that would trigger the conservation subdivision approach, because you're not creating new lots, in fact, you're reducing the number of lots. And in the framework that I've come up with, the language that I tried to develop, if you consolidate 3 lots together, I would treat that as, as an option I'd still treat that as an option one, no, excuse me, an option two standard development option in the AR district, and allow, you know, allow, the uses that are allowed in development areas and option two to be developed on that lot. You know, it still has to meet your setbacks and all the requirements. But, I think that's probably how that would be administered. So, you know, I just rambled for, what, 20 minutes? So, where are you folks in terms of your reviewing it? I mean, I've gotten from you that you seem to see where we're going, and there's, I think you're saying that there's some good approaches in what was drafted. Where's the rest of you on this? I mean, was it too much to try to digest even generally at the first bite, or are we on the same page in terms of the issues we're trying to solve?
I believe we are.
Yeah.
As far as, what we want to try to do is open it up with the residents can use the land that they have, and not try to put so many restrictions on so that they're limited in what they can do. And there's things been put in place 30, 40 years ago that's causing restriction and it's making their land unusable, and we want to try to help them to be able to use that land. But we also want to just keep in mind that we don't want to open ourselves up to a position where if we let one do it, we gotta let everybody do it scenario.
Yeah, to complement what Nikki's saying, I think it's really important that this is not perceived as us trying to weaken the conservation standards that have been established in this community for the past 40 years, right? That really our intention is to take what was done and then provide clear rules and then provide more proportionality for these smaller projects that exist that need to be consolidated, as Vicky was pointing out. But then we've got our conservation efforts for the larger projects, and other developments are going to be addressed through the land conservation.
So if you have somebody with 100 acres and they say, I'm done farming, I'm gonna subdivide and see what I can do with it.
Yeah.
The resulting subdivision plan is still gonna be a conservation plan with a whole bunch of open space conserved.
Yep. I think that's what we would agree that that's what we want.
Yeah, and I think that still fits in the, the two sort of, the wooded landscape and the valley landscape here.
Yeah, and the flip side is for these smaller folks that have got several small lots, they don't really need to, it's not fair to make them comply with the sustainable, what's it called, concept by design.
Conservation by design.
Conservation by design, it just doesn't work.
Yeah. Quite frankly, the property over on McLaughlin, that was what, 4 acres to start with.
Yeah.
Yeah, there might be some slope lines that might be a little bit weird, but when you're looking at 4 acres, I mean, getting 2 lots out of that and then sort of shoehorning in some conservation area, there's not going to be a whole lot of there's not going to be a whole lot of resources that are going to be conserved anyway.
No, nice ground.
Yeah.
Right, that's right.
Whereas if you're looking at 100 acres, that might be an agricultural landscape, or might have wooded areas and steep slopes or streams or water bodies or whatever that have conservation value.
Yeah, I just want to be especially
those areas still get conserved.
For the constituents, I just want to make sure that they're absolutely understand that fundamentally we're not talking about changing any conservation sustainable that we have in place. What we're just trying to do is on these smaller lot areas that we've got that are out there, that we over-rotated at one time to put too many constrictions around getting those properties to be developed and actually allowing somebody to do something with that. And at the end of the day, this concept of conservation by design is really for large parcels of property. It's not for a 4-acre plot.
No.
Right? And so that's how I came to this, and I thought that your guidance is pretty spot on. I'm no attorney, but from what I was able to take from it, it seemed to provide good guidance. It was thorough and I'm sure somebody smarter than me will know what the issues are that we need to take into account. I don't have the experience, but I thought it's in the right direction where I think least Mickey, Bond, and I, in the limited conversation we've had about it, seems to be the right direction. From a supervisor's perspective, I'm sorry for jumping over you guys, but.
This is your meeting.
Yeah, sure, I apologize.
You're
I
also
mean-
on the planning commission, you forgot, reporting to you. You.
Oh,
Hi.
Did you put him on as an alternate?
I second the motion.
Yep.
No motion.
that's one of those voluntold.
No, I mean, if I had a concern, it's mainly the loopholes in here that somebody can systematically take a property that was intended to be in conservation and eventually eliminate all conserved areas.
Yeah, that is concerning.
That's,
Well, I think we shored up I may be wrong, but it looks like you kind of are addressing more of them by being more precise in what it was, when it's open on the other end.
Yeah, if, and I'm not trying to pat myself on the back or toot my own horn, but I hope after 33 years of doing this, writing zoning ordinances and doing stuff, I hope I have a fairly good sense on sequence, order, try to pick out where you're gonna potentially have loophole areas or identifying, language that, where you're gonna have potential problems in terms of administrating or long-term use of a standard or whatever. In terms of the conservation question, I mean, the language in the zoning ordinance is already pretty strong in terms of the if the conservation area. If you do a conservation plan, and it doesn't matter whether it's the small lots in the commonly held conservation area or if it's conservation area within the state lots. There's already language in the ordinance that requires that some sort of conservation easement be placed or be placed on that land to ensure that they're going to be retained as conserved land. There's ownership and maintenance requirements. I mean, I think we keep all that. You maybe sort of reorder it and rejiggle it just to make it read a little cleaner. But that most of that stuff I think we keep in there.
The one thing one of the things that I did was just curious because I don't know. You were pretty precise, prescriptive on, hey, a nursing home, but I didn't see any industrial uses. So let's say I wanted to open up a machine shop and I'm going to be suddenly repairing tractors and I'm going to have oil and stuff around. I didn't see that anyone was doing that. That's not.
Well, like I said, I didn't add or subtract any uses out of the two districts. I just repackaged.
Yeah. Okay.
With the updated option categories. So the uses that are in that draft language, those are the uses that are already authored and or permitted in those districts. I mean, now that potentially raises the question. I mean, if you have like an agriculturally supportive use, maybe the Amish move to town and they want to do buggy repair or maybe build buggies, or maybe there's someone that does farm equipment repair. Should that be permitted within particularly the AR district?
Yeah.
That's sort of a question that's not necessarily addressed right now.
Yeah, that was my concern was this.
But that's a valid thing to consider. I guess the trick there is would be to if we're inclined to do something like that, to write it tightly enough so that it's clear that the commercial use or the industrial use or whatever the type of use is clearly supportive of the agricultural resources in this region, in the area. Someone, building electric cars, for example, and Elon comes to town and wants to build on Petra Road or something with his new battery plant or whatever. That clearly would not be appropriate within the AR district or the C district. But you might look at, you know, if, you know, I don't know if it's in this update, but you might look at the issue of, whether there are ranges of uses that would be supportive of the agricultural setting. That could be put in and done at a limited scale that it doesn't detract from the rest of the primarily agricultural lands or conservation land. We can have that discussion at some point. I mean, maybe that's something we discuss in the
Yeah.
get to it.
I mean, some of the uses we've talked about that we wouldn't want here is like AI data centers, which I'm not sure
Yeah.
they want to put them here because I don't know the power structure or the water cooling structures here to do that.
Yeah.
But we definitely don't want that. And also like big warehouse operations.
Right,
Is
yeah,
another thing.
those are two uses that are getting a lot of municipal attention in other jurisdictions. I mean, it would take at least 2 hands and a foot to count the number of municipalities that have done data center language over the past 6 months. Yeah, I'm just counting. I mean, a lot of municipalities are addressing that either in drafting of a new ordinance or adding it to an existing ordinance. And the model is, it's pretty consistent from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, and most of, you know, for these data center uses, and most of them do deal with, you know, having to document water supply and you know, electric, you know, connection to the electric grid. And there's a big state debate on how this is handled. I mean, there are state people that are very supportive of trying to attract data center technology to Pennsylvania, and there's other state level legislators that are very wary of exactly the electric supply, electricity supply, and water supply issues that are associated with these. You know, are we sacrificing electricity supply to people that already live here and have businesses here and whatever, in order to attract these very high electricity demand users? There's proposals floating around where, you know, and this might be either state or municipal standards, where if you're a data center and you come in and you have to have water and you have to have electricity, that you generate your own electricity and you develop your own water supply, and you develop your own water supply with testing to make sure that you're not impacting surrounding people's water supply. Yeah, there's discussions, you know, about that. It would be pretty, you know, if you wanted to try to tackle the data center stuff right now, it would be fairly easy to put in the model that pretty much everyone's using at this point into the appropriate zoning district of the ordinance. It'd probably have to go in the CI, the commercial industrial. You don't have a whole lot of CI.
We don't have that, yeah.
Well, you have a zoning district,
Yeah,
but it's not very big.
Is that?
It's right out here, 15, that's 16.
Yeah, it's right,
Oh, that's it.
right where Orchard comes in.
Oh, that's it, that's the whole area.
Yeah, it's not very big.
Yeah.
It's there. That's where our truck stops going in.
I mean, we have 2 major power users here that I think that people don't recognize how easy it is for us. We would be an attractive spot for a data center. We've got a lot of water, and we've got 2 people that already pull a lot of juice. And so, you know, I think it's something that we should address.
Well,
That's for you guys,
I mean,
you know.
If you wanted to try to add that in here as part of this, I don't know if we want to do that separately or,
I do think,
but if you already got the language.
Yeah, I mean, we just pull it from somebody else and you know, all of them are reading about the same. You tweak them a little bit depending on, you know, you might have a minimum lot size for one that's bigger and a bigger township with larger land pieces, and you might use a smaller minimum lot size in a township like Liberty where the CI district is already very, very small. And just, you know,
But like, I know they like to use water for cooling, but you
Sure.
could require that they not use water, that they use mechanical cooling, which is more expensive.
I mean, you could try. I mean, there are a lot of people throwing ideas around in terms of how to deal with these uses, both the data center stuff and this warehousing stuff. I don't think you're.
And I don't think
I
warehouse,
doubt you're in a.
because of the road network
Yeah.
locally, I don't think we would be a target for a big warehouse operation.
Yeah, you're.
Could we just say we don't want one?
No.
No.
If Warmo wants to sell out, we could have a whole problem on our hands.
Yeah.
It's noise too,
As
it's
I
not just
understand the
water,
rule is
it's noise
basically
as
if
well.
it's a legitimate use, you have to accommodate it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
and that's part of state law and
So it's a bit too
has
simplistic,
been,
but.
has been adjudicated by the courts lots of times. If, essentially, if you're a municipality and you choose to use the zoning power that's been enabled to you by the state, you have to accommodate all uses of property.
Okay.
Yeah, all legal uses of property.
Understood.
And that includes uses that you might find otherwise objectionable or highly impactful. Now, fortunately, I mean, that's always sort of, dug a knife into my side because you and I both know there's plenty of municipalities where there's not the utility infrastructure, there's not the road infrastructure, there's not a variety of other features that can support a lot of these larger scale uses. And quite frankly, there's probably not demand for them in this jurisdiction. In Liberty Township or Highland Township or some of the small freedom, well, maybe freedom because they have the highway interchange, but it's always a difficult question on how to deal with accommodating all legal uses of property within jurisdictions that really have no business trying to accommodate them all. But that's the way the state law is written, and that's the way the courts have interpreted it over the years. So that's the nature of the game for us. And in fact, I would say this also: it's also illegal to say, okay, we're going to accommodate a use, but we're going to draft standards that are so ridiculously hard to achieve that it's not possible given the land area that you have or the type of land or whatever. You say, okay, you have land parcels that are maybe 5 acres in size and trying to accommodate the use, but then you require a 300-foot setback for the use, and so you have this teeny tiny little building envelope in the middle of the park. That's illegal. If you develop standards that are so onerous that it's not possible to develop a use, that can be challenged.
Okay, thank you.
So that's again, I'm not talking an attorney, but I've spoken to plenty of attorneys. That is the landscape within which we operate. So I know you're getting close to your regular planning commission meeting.
But we're actually already in it, cause
Oh, you're-
our new start time is 6:30, so.
okay, you're
This is just part of that meeting.
okay.
But I think
I didn't know if you were going.
what I was gonna say is maybe the decision should be, or the discussion should be, where do we go from here? And is there a subset of this group maybe that works with you to go to the next step?
Okay.
I don't know where you see that going.
Yeah, I mean, well, it depends on, I think it depends on the planning commission members collectively and the supervisors. I guess the first question is, are you comfortable in general with the package that you've seen, number one? Number two, if you are comfortable, are we ready to try to put it together into a formal zoning amendment document and then begin the adoption process? On the other hand, do you want another meeting or two to go through the finer details of how that package works. I'm open to any process you want. I mean, if that means coming back to working group of the planning commission and just sitting down and going over it in detail to make sure we're covering I's and T's. If that's what we want to do, I'm perfectly fine with that. I mean, you guys tell me.
Well, I think from the board's perspective, what we would like to see is you present something to the planning board, and they make a recommendation to the board to address that, the conservation district and how to deal with their small lots. That's what we would like to move forward on. I guess you guys, if we get a recommendation from the board, we're ready to consider it at a public meeting.
Correct.
Well, let me suggest this then. Why don't you ask me to take the work that I've done up so far, put it into, I mean, this was just sort of, my file name for this was this working copy, so, let me put this into an amendment format, the Liberty Township hereby amends the zoning ordinance to do this, and this. Put it into that format. Let me go back and reread this, because typically when I read through it a second or third time, I'll find something else that's, okay, I slightly messed up on that one. Let me make another subtle adjustment. Just, let me go through that again. Let me put this in, amendment format. Let me bring it back, for your next planning commission meeting. And then we can have a discussion as to, whether there's any further fine tuning that needs to be done, or whether the planning, or decide that the planning commission is ready to recommend it to the supervisors to proceed with the adoption process. Is that a process that you'd like to follow at this point?
How many weeks prior to the next meeting would you have that available so that we could kind of go over it?
At least one, probably preferably two.
Okay, a week.
And then Rob, just out of curiosity, the AI, the data centers, the industrial uses, is this the appropriate place to put that language, or is there another ordinance document that we should have the planning commission consider that really falls under that category?
I think I'll get Rob off the hook.
Yeah, there you go.
Typically, I know what Rob's gonna say. We should do it all in one shot. However, I think you three and this board knows there is a plan that's sort of hanging out there that's waiting for this amendment.
Yeah.
So, and there could potentially be other plans. We should probably get this, and then we could just turn right back around and look at the other stuff, because I think most of the other stuff again is going to be boilerplate.
Yeah, it's not.
And it's probably not going to be in your ag and conservation districts. It's probably going to be more of your commercial, industrial.
I agree with you. Yeah, that's kind of what I'd want to throw a mop in a bunch of stuff when we're trying to get least more.
Right. Now, since we also have, in theory, 10 minutes, even though it's just late, it's fine. I would like to run through with Rob here, to make sure I understand. Let's just run through a really quick exercise.
Yeah.
So, Mickey owns 10 acres. After this amendment, Mickey owns 10 acres. He says, I'm moving to Florida, see you, Mick. I'm subdividing and I'm going. He can get 10 lots. Is that correct? 10 1-acre lots. Without doing any conservation at all.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you all understand that?
Assuming you're finding perk and all.
Yeah, of course. We're thinking on the good side for Mickey's retirement. Now Mickey owns 100 acres.
135.
Mickey owns 135 acres. He cuts 3 1-acre lots off for his 3 kids. Doesn't have to do conservation by design. Then he says, I want a Tesla because he's up with the times. And he cuts off a 4th lot. At that 4th lot, that kicks in. Now he has to do conservation by design just to get the 4th lot.
Yeah,
any lot after that.
Yeah, that was my concern with the number. Why was it 3?
Okay.
Because it seems to me that number is not.
It just seems like an arbitrary small.
Which it was, which is fine.
Yeah.
It's just I think we need to be concise about like anything smaller than 10. Like it just, this conservation by design doesn't work. I mean, I got 10 acres and, you know, it's not gonna do much for habitat.
I understand that completely. But I mean, just so everybody sort of understands, like, cause these are the type of plans we're gonna get in. We're gonna have a farmer who wants to cut off a lot for their kid, then another lot for another kid, and then comes
So if
that
you could
time.
figure out a way to
where
address
it's lot,
that would be good.
Yeah.
I
So,
think
yeah.
3 is a good number, but can you go back to that original idea with just the 10 acres?
Right, with 10 acres, you don't have to do 10 acres or less.
Less.
You don't have to do any conservation by design. So if they can get all the perks and everything in the great soil, which Liberty
Yeah.
doesn't have great soil,
Around here.
but if they could do it, then they could get 1 acre lots to max out their entire.
They'd have to have access
So
to
are we
it.
Right, right.
Yeah.
No, just don't worry about the rules, don't worry about the issues, you just say.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I mean,
Yeah.
that's a good
So-
scenario, are we
Yeah.
happy with that? It
I mean,
seems-
that's up to you, that's why I
Yes,
brought it up, so
I-
you actually get an idea of
Yeah,
what
yeah,
that
yeah.
truly means.
I guess, but Beatrice, to my point about the 3.
I do, but it seems like it's an arbitrary number.
No, yeah, my
It's-
point on the 3 is it's an arbitrary, it doesn't mean anything, because the issue is, if I look at what conservation by design was intended to do, it's about conservation space. If you got less than 10 acres, it's not
So
really
maybe a
green
proportional
space.
number, proportional to the size?
Yeah, I don't know, I'd rely on somebody who
Yeah.
knows what everybody else is
Do you
doing.
want me to do some more thinking on whether 3 is the appropriate cutoff number?
Well, it should be like 10 acres or whatever that would be, I think is what is that the issue?
No, I think, no, the issue was, if we use 3 as the cutoff number, you know, once you get to the 4th lot, you have to start doing the conservation subdivision process.
You
Is
can
that-
put
is-
whatever number, you could say
If
5.
I got 5 acres,
Yeah.
You got 5 lots, you say you do 5 lots,
Three
and 6
people-
lots, you gotta do conservation, or you can say whatever
Yeah.
you wanna plug in there.
Your scenario was,
Yeah.
if it's 10 acres or less,
You
You don't do nothing.
you don't do anything.
That's right,
You can, just so you
Yeah,
know,
yeah, well,
minimum
that-
lot size of an acre.
that's right.
Yeah, and that was the
Mhm.
the first 2 options was.
So what can of worms does that open up?
I don't know if it does, because again,
I don't either.
the conservation by design technique, and I think Rob sort of said it, was we're trying to conserve land. If you have a 10-acre farm and you cut off, even if it's just 3 acres, how much, and take away greenhouses and stuff like that, how much true viable land can you farm and make a living on?
You can't.
7 acres of land?
And how much is that
Can't
gonna
grow
contribute, how much is that gonna contribute to the
To
rural
surround,
landscape,
right.
that, yeah, it's the
So-
landscape.
Have them call me.
Right, so there is that, you know, what is the magic number? I mean,
Yeah.
again, he's saying, someone's gonna argue, well, what about 11 acres? Well, we have to have some point.
What are you
But
seeing
depending
throughout
on
the
your
county?
farming, 10 acres you can do a lot on.
I'm not
But
disagreeing
depending on what
with
you're
that.
growing.
Right,
Hamilton Man, you know, which has, it's not the exact model that you guys have, but it's conservation by design, you have to go through the whole conservation by design process and so forth in Hamilton Man, but they have it applied in their residential district, not their rural districts. So it's applied around, I guess it's called Gettysburg National Golf Course now, used to be Mountain View.
Right.
And so, in the residential district, I'd have to look back, but I think it's either 3 or 5, before you have to do the conservation.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting thing to know is what is the surrounding townships doing is with that number? Are they going 3,
Yeah.
5, 10?
Well,
What are they doing?
particularly the ones that have sort of conservation language.
Right.
Yeah, keep in mind that most of the townships in the county have in the agricultural setting, agricultural zoning, which is its own type of model.
Right.
And that model is even less of a development oriented model than the conservation, than the township's AR district with conservation subdivision. The very format of that model is designed to limit the amount of land that's converted to non-agricultural uses. That is the format, it's been tested in the PA courts. it has been sustained by the PA Supreme Court back from 1988, I think it was. So that is if you want to do full-on agricultural preservation zoning, that's the model. It's called the Shrewsbury model. It's a sliding scale. At least half of the townships in the county employ it, if not two-thirds, three-quarters at this point.
In what zone? I mean, if you wanna do conservation by design in a residential zone, then fine. Your Liberty's residential zone requires 1 acre. If you just rezone the whole thing to 1 acre, because residential, it's all 1 acre. And I think our soils in Liberty is gonna restrict these big developments that you're worried about.
Yeah,
I don't see that happening. I see the soils really dictating everything. Cause most of these, you won't even get, you'd be lucky to get 1 acre on 10 lots on 10 acres.
They couldn't get nothing, half a mile up the road here.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Nothing, that's what I mean, that
They, even across the street, Warmel tried to see if the soils were good, they were,
well, no, we did that one over here and we had, what, 40 acres on each lot or
Right.
something, just, we could only get 1 perk on each.
yeah, in generally speaking, Liberty Township does not have good soils. But that doesn't mean isn't little pockets where some,
Okay.
and you also gotta remember, it's 4 years, you can do fill sites.
Well, I haven't seen too many of those.
So
Here
I can
and
show
there.
you lots of them, just go down right here by the airport. Half of them are all fill sites.
Keep also in mind the history of the zoning. Again, we got put in place right after the Liberty Valley PRD
Yeah.
was proposed. There were three other projects that were either conceptually thought of or formally proposed. And those projects, they were all bringing their own sewer plant with them. They were all gonna develop their own sewer plant. That was right at the beginning of when the sewer discharge requirements were starting to get tightened up because of the Chesapeake Bay Agreement, all this stuff. But the township's reaction to that was, okay, we're potentially gonna get big development proposals. There was 3 big ones that would have all had their own sewer plant. There were discussions about, I remember we said in sewage facilities planning module reviews that, hey, there are multiple proposals, they should be consolidated. If they're gonna go in, they should be consolidated into one plan. I remember we were saying that from a planning perspective. But the important thing for this conversation is there were proposals to handle the septic system through community systems, privately developed. And in fact, the township's 537 plan is built around that. It's built around the notion that, we're okay if this area develops, but you're gonna bring your own sewer plant. We're not gonna do a Liberty Township sewer plant to service your projects. But the 537 plan, that's your sewage facilities plan, and I don't think it's been updated, but it talks about, bring your own sewer plant and you can develop. And so the development that might occur now is the conservation design. So the lots might be smaller, they're gonna be less dense than what was previously envisioned through the Liberty Valley PRD project, or that sort of wall-to-wall development, but of a sufficient number that a community sewer system privately developed may ultimately be necessary. The revised language would not close the door on that option, because that's still someone with 100 acres of property or something might still be able to get 20 development lots out of it, or whatever the number comes in after you do all the calculations and so forth. I guess it'd be a little less. No, I'd have to go back and run some numbers.
Well,
But it would be a number where you'd have to do some sort of community system.
Alright, well, I'm saying, we don't wanna hold these guys up here with their, rest of their meeting, who are mainly here for that, for the conservation part, so anyhow, I guess you got a basis of what you need to do with
Yeah,
that.
I think I'm gonna, plug away, do some more fine tuning, get an amendment format document in front of the planning commission in time for distribution before your next meeting. Ideally 2 weeks, but, maybe as little as a week before, but well in advance of your distribution so that so that you have it, and then we can discuss details next meeting and hopefully resolve in a recommendation to the supervisors.
You guys good with that? You need anything, any other instructions for the, planning board and Mr.
And if you guys wanna come next meeting, fine too.
I think they nominated me.
Yes, we did.
Alright,
on that
in
guy.
your language.
I'm gonna check out of here.
I'm gonna check out of here too.
You're welcome. Appreciate you coming in.
In your language here on, section 350 and 201 and 202E. You have a reverse star.
Oh, that's exactly what I was gonna
On
say.
Whitman area?
With it.
Yes.
Yeah, I already found that.
Okay, I got it.
I have it noted in my hard
Mr.
copy.
B,
Gonna
how
say,
you doing?
5 acre lot width is gonna be rough to have.
The what? Oh, the 5 acre lot.
width would be
Yeah,
rough to have.
those measurement units don't mesh well together.
One other thing, this just thought, I don't know, it's important, but when we were saying up to 10 acres and then 10 acres, more than 10, do you wanna make that first week less than 10 because the clean and green is 10, so I don't know if that makes a difference.
Maybe?
No, only for the sports.
I mean, the
Let me
clean and
think,
green.
let me think about both the 10 and the 3.
I got a lot of comments about it.
And,
It's
I'll
just
look
whether
at-
it's great, which one is, you know.
Yeah, I'll
where
look at
does
some
the
other
10 fall?
resources and see what other,
10 or less, you're saying less than 10.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying,
Start-
but if
start
somebody
at
has
five.
close to exactly 10, and they've been doing clean and green, they may not want to subdivide anyway. Speed base.
So, yeah, I'll look at both of those numbers, look at some other resources, see what we should start with. And, that'll be, if I change it, it'll be in the packet that gets distributed to you.
Okay,
Okay?
alright,
Conservation.
let me know what's happening with the comprehensive.
Yeah, it's coming. We're working on it. Okay,
Okay.
I'm gonna jump out of here, have a good rest of your meeting.
You too, Rob. Have a good one.
How you doing, Lee?
Alright, right.
So, I don't know if you knew, Lee, we've changed the start time planning meetings to 6:30.
No, I didn't. That's why I'm here at 7:30.
Yes, I figured that, but I saw you walk in, I'm like, anybody around now?
I'll make note of that.
We'll have this back out for you.
This meeting in particular was always.
Good work, thanks, Nick.
Thursday because of the supervisors and
Well,
Wendy,
yeah.
and Wendy helping. But we've also decided that going down the road, that we're gonna start.
Okay. So I know.
We made it, David Fowler, he's no longer with us, he was the one who wanted to be.
Actually, Lee, can you sign this, we got a new secretary, so she has names on,
Oh, I think,
or do you know who you are?
I do know who Leroy is, yes. Very famous.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Actually, most of the rest of this agenda, I think is gonna go fairly quick.
Huh?
Well, there's a lot of stuff there's, anyway, so we have a meeting, we're calling this new meeting to order. The other meeting was part of this meeting, but I don't understand. Anyway, I don't think we need to do roll call again. So I don't have any comments. Does anybody else? Okay, do the minutes, but, has everybody reviewed the minutes?
Yes.
I had sent them out earlier and I got some feedback and corrected things and all that, so. Was a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, absolutely, motion to approve the minutes.
And then a second? Okay.
So who
Moved
seconded?
That's my field. Okay. You want to bring it?
All in favor?
So who seconded?
Luther.
Again, I don't have any comments. Anybody else on the board have anything?
Thank you.
So I talked to Rob about Southwest Joint Comprehensive Plan. He said that probably will be starting soon. It's been hanging around for like a year waiting to start, so. The next item, the review saldo, I think that was part of what this whole meeting here was about. But also it got into the discussion of the AI centers. I don't think there's anything to talk about that right now. For the Andrew Mitchell, they asked for a 180-day extension. The supervisors have already approved it. So I'm just acknowledging that. There's no action that we need. The Goldenwood, it was the same thing. Extended their review. And they've submitted a new thing, did they?
They did.
And you put out comments.
I did like yesterday, I think.
So,
Yeah. Ultimately, they're really down to stormwater comments. A couple very minor things as far as land development goes. Revision date, they have to do an as-built plan, they have to do bonding. Ultimately, the majority of the comments, which is still only a couple, but they have like 4 or 5 stormwater management comments to still address.
so you recommended that they need to give a detailed response letter. So my inclination is just put this.
We have
wait
been
till
in,
next.
yeah, I mean, if they have the 45-day extension, we've been in contact with their engineer. He calls us, they're working out all the stormwater stuff. I would assume by the next submission, it should be finalized and just a couple of house cleaning comments. So you should make a motion to table.
So I'll make a motion to table it.
Second.
Luther seconded. All in favor? And then the Sportsman's Club. And that one, there was a lot of comments.
Yeah.
You need a bigger desk.
Huh?
You need a bigger desk.
Yeah.
I think I have actually 2 copies of the plan, bigger size. Of these. So. So, yeah.
And wasn't it recommended that they do it all at once?
Say I have another one. I have an updated one, but
Well, you can present whatever.
okay. It's pretty much all the same. It's addressing a lot of Dominic's comments. We added a chart for adjusting tract acreage down to this tract. We asked for a waiver of scale because that makes, you can see it all there instead of 50 scale, which would be 2.5 times that.
Just so you know, I don't think you are showing the conservation areas on the plan?
Well, we did, these are hatched areas, these are the slope areas.
Oh, I thought they were contours. Okay.
No, there's slope
Okay, my
areas
bad.
shown on there, which depict here in the chart.
Right.
The steep slopes, the very steep slope, we took a 50-foot stream buffer, cause that's what the DEP wants off the stream. We took the road right away off, so we're coming up with 9.6 acres here, and we started out with, what, 14.
Oh, okay.
So,
That was different than we
Yeah,
got.
it's
it's a little different, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this is what my review.
Right,
was.
what his
right,
review
right.
was on,
Okay.
yeah,
But when he was talking, I could see,
Okay.
yeah.
we didn't have the same thing in front of us.
Some of the things that I'm asking for, the description, as you see down, everyone can see this down here. That's what the tax map shows, that the sportsman zone, but there's no deed description. There's no bearings and distances anywhere. The deed says it's by this guy, by this guy, by this guy, by this guy, and it's 92 acres. Well, they've chunked off one chunk over here, and another chunk here, and another chunk here. And so, no one really knows that I think they're being taxed on like 50 some acres. And so no one knows without surveying the whole thing.
Can you pull
So-
the old subdivision plans? Or has it been that long ago that we waited them?
I have one from 2011, which didn't require any of the things we're requiring now. We still had the same regulations. But this is what was shown on the other two pieces, which are up here where I am, up here. So this one borders this, and this one borders that. And so these all, I think they all went to SGI, but, so there was no conservation by design shown on this in 2011. So anyway, and there was nobody has ever surveyed, I mean, this was their index map, this is what they had to depict that. Everybody's using whatever the tax map shows, because nobody really knows. But I'm asking not to survey the whole rest of it, because this is all they're doing, they're trying to.
But you surveyed the area that is being subdivided off.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah, absolutely, we surveyed this. And enough of this to figure out where we're going, but basically it's running down the center line of the street, that's what these people call it.
Is it the campground? The campground on the city?
It was
Okay.
a campground, but that's all gone now, that's gone, that's all gone.
Right.
You guys made it all go away. So even though we went through a lot of stuff with it. Anyway.
Well, it wasn't us, because we can't decide anything.
Did you?
Yes, you
It might have
can.
been those other guys that left here.
Oh, okay. Well,
Careful, I'm still here.
Township, it was the township.
Yeah, but now you're the alternate planning person.
Oh, that's right.
Actually, I think it was
Thanks,
Hamilton
Nick.
Township.
Hamilton Dam was really, no, it should have been you guys. Well, no, it was over.
I was gonna say on the overhead photos, it's
Yeah,
here,
it was
it's all
over there.
Hamilton
It was over.
Township, blame them.
Well,
Good point, I like that, like
that's
your
right,
thinking.
wasn't you guys at all, sorry.
So what was the issue with it, with the two, Hamilton versus Liberty, because that's,
Well, that was.
Well, there's
one
no,
question
I don't think
had.
there was anything with
The
Liberty.
county suggested that you divide on the township line. That was the county's comment.
Oh, I
So
know, I saw
I
that.
didn't know what your
Well,
response to that
You
one.
know, they didn't say anything about it here.
okay,
And so I, you know, we can certainly do that. We can draw a line down here and call it parcel A and parcel B, I guess, but why, what difference does it
Well, I think from Rob's point of view, it's, if you're developing in here or in here, then you're only dealing with one township.
We're not trying to develop anything. I think that
Well,
was,
what would, I think his idea is eventually there may be, and it keeps it clean if it's one or the other.
And they recommended a perk be done, or
Well, yeah.
water and sewer.
they're trying to sell
locations.
this as one big chunk. No perks, no lots, no houses, just a big chunk of wood and ground, just like they did here.
Are
That's
they
all.
selling it, or is it just on that his affidavit says he was, the president, Kevin, was giving it to himself as under agricultural, he signed some sort of agriculture, that same 20 acres you're talking about?
No, no one's giving it to themselves. We had, as DEP requires over here, we put in agricultural. That's because usually that's what DEP wants, but Hamilton Band threw a fit, so we changed it to forestry because it's all wood.
This,
The non-building.
That's just a non-building waiver.
so he's under, actually, he's given it as the president, and it says the recipient is himself,
No, no, no.
no?
That's just, he's signing it as the president. That's a non-building waiver. All
Okay.
so that's deals with septic systems and sewage. All that's saying is, well, part of this subdivision, they are not going to build
Right,
anything.
it's just gonna be done agricultural.
That's right.
Right.
And so the rule of thumb, and it's just a policy, there's nothing in writing. The policy with DEP is if you have 10 acres or more, you can call it ag and do a non-building waiver.
Okay.
They can always, if the DEP so chooses, come back and say, you know what, I actually want you to do soil testing or something. But their policies, it's not in writing, is 10 acres or more, we will sign off, we are okay with you doing a non-building waiver, calling it ag. So that's what we see all the time. That's what Gil will sign off on. He's also the SEO, we're also the SEO at Hamilton Band, so Gil will sign off on both of them, because they're not proposing any building. Now, if 5, 10, 20 years down the line comes and they wanna build on this, they have to quote unquote pay for past sins. They have to do the testing, they have to do the new module and all to make up for them not doing it now. That's what the non-building waiver is about.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
So,
And that's really about it. We acknowledge the signing of the non-building waiver that has to be done. We've added Liberty Township notes over here, the standard notes.
now I'm sorry.
No, go ahead,
What I'll say is we reviewed it, and as you know, we could really only review what's in Liberty Township. We're not the engineer for Hamilton Band, nor can we as Liberty say anything about Hamilton Band unless we see it's a huge conflict, like when we used to have the nunnery up there, okay, where it's like, hey, things are affecting, this is an empty lot. I reviewed county's comments, almost all the county's comments I have in my letter. There's a couple I think they added and just missed, like the name and address,
Yeah, I was gonna
that
say
threw me
that.
off.
Yeah.
They spoke about a driveway. I can't say nothing about a driveway on Old Waynesboro Road, cause that's Hamilton Bend Township. However, even though I didn't call out a driveway, you have to put Liberty Township notes on there, and one of the notes is about an HOP from DEP, i.e. that takes care of Waynesboro Pike, that they know if they ever wanna access it, they have to go. And that sort of takes care of, at least in my opinion, our side, Liberty Township side, for the driveway on county. I think that was really about the only thing. They also brought up about the bearings and distances and the track boundary, so did I. If we request a waiver or a modification of that requirement, since everything is on this side of Waynesboro Pike and it's been surveyed, and he has bearings and distances, and nothing is happening on the other side of Waynesboro Pike, it's just all staying the same, we probably wouldn't have an objection if he granted a waiver of not doing bearings and distances on the left-hand side. If you require him to do it on the left-hand side, i.e. don't give him the waiver or modification, then he has to go out there and survey that entire property. that, and again, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, it might be a good thing in some aspects, but it would have no true bearing on the subdivision on this side of the road.
Right.
So, that's not my decision, I'm just saying that I probably wouldn't object if you granted that modification.
To,
Of the bearings and distances on this side of the Greensboro Pike.
Hamlin Band wanted this house shown with the driveway, and there is a driveway that comes down here, so we showed that on there, so.
Okay.
So, wasn't there something in there about having Hamilton Band approved before we do?
Yeah, it's
Hamilton Band said that Liberty approve it before they will. That's
what'll
like-
happen is, it's this chicken or egg thing. Both Liberty Township, we want to make sure that Hamilton Band's good, and Hamilton Band Township wants to make Liberty Township as good. So, more or less what'll happen is he'll address everybody's comment, and whoever's meeting happens to come first should just approve it and sign it, so they could take it to the next township and get them, signatures from the next township. I wouldn't suggest for this township to sign it if there's still an outstanding item from Liberty Township, you know, I mean, to an
So
extent,
we have-
so.
So we need some kind of a waiver for that.
Well, if he asks for any waivers or.
I'll definitely ask for that.
But he
Okay,
hasn't
I
done
don't wanna
it yet.
survey.
but it hasn't been done yet.
Hasn't done it yet, I'm just, saying if he did, I would not object to it.
Okay,
You'll get a waiver letter.
okay.
Okay.
So there's nothing to approve this
Today,
evening?
you're just gonna be tabling it, I think Lee understands that.
Okay, okay.
Yes, I just wanna make so the waiver for that, that's fine, Dominic, I appreciate that. And I think we've addressed all your other comments as to the chart and, everything else for
Did you
conservation
get,
by design.
did you get the zoning officer's comments?
No, I never got that.
Yeah, see, I didn't either, so I don't know if there is, I'm gonna assume there is because of the conservation by design aspect, and I brought it up, county brought it up, I'm gonna assume their zoning officer's gonna bring it up. I understand what you're saying.
Well, how do we, I mean, I got Rob's comments today.
There's the zoning officer's comments.
Oh, okay, so his comments are, you'll probably have to call Wendy, there's only two comments. One is comments from Adams County, and the other one is the building envelope for each lot shall be delineated on the subdivision plan.
Well, I can show a building envelope, but I'm not sure why, on Liberty's side, but, I don't know where to show a building envelope on the sportsman's on the residue.
No, it would only be on Liberty Township side. It's part of conservation by design, Ted.
I know.
Cause you're using a 10-acre,
That's what.
you're doing the 10-acre estate lot, and so you're only allowed to build on 10,000 square feet.
I know.
So, we've gotten this argument with county before. Yes, it requires it, you put it on, but the reality is, whoever purchases it isn't, and I think there's even notation in the zoning ordinance that says, that's just to show you can put 10,000, an envelope on, and no one's be held into it until you go and get a building permit. So there's part of me that says, why do we even have to have it, but
You do.
you do. In the past, it was really bad because you had to put it on there in the way the ordinance was written. That, whatever was on here had to be what was
What
done
was
at the
on the
building
ground,
permit
right.
stage. And people
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
like that, cause developers just throw them on and say whatever.
Yeah.
And everybody kept coming in and arguing, and I think that was changed somewhere in the past, just to say, this is for informational purposes only. It's not, you're not you really hunker it down when you get a building permit. Cause how do I know if I sell you land where you're gonna build? I'm a developer, I'm just throwing it on there to meet a comment, you know?
Well, okay, so we'll add that, we'll ask for the waiver. What about this comment from the county? Are you gonna force that I have to go call out this stuff and then call
is recommending.
Right, right. Well, as long as you guys don't recommend it, I'm fine.
To me, it means nothing.
Right.
To me, this is what's gonna happen, cause I went through it with Liberty and Freedom Township, with the whatchamacallit, the Bible, no, not the monastery, the Bible.
Yeah, the Bible.
There's a stream that goes through it, and that's what separates freedom and liberty. And when a person came in to try to subdivide it or do everything there, they basically gave up because they couldn't figure out where the actual boundary line is. And it happened with the monastery too. They said, here's the boundary line. County said, no, it's over here, and it took them an extra 6 months. If you're building something, maybe we have an issue. It goes along the stream. I don't know. I know they're recommended. I don't know how we can force you to subdivide it along the stream.
You know, Washington Township and Quincy Township had the same problem, so.
But I don't make that.
The supervisors went out to one road and said, here it is, we quit paving here. Then they went to another road and said the same thing, we drew a line in between. That became the township line.
Well, I think one of the issues, I think probably the bigger issue is if that's developed at some point, then who do taxes go to?
Yes.
Depending
Depends on where they build.
Depends on where they
Exactly.
build. I think
And if they
the
build on the
stream is the line.
Well, you can't build on the line, you build in the middle of the creek, you can't do that, so there's a 100-foot strip there.
Okay, so the line is the stream,
Yes,
okay.
so.
But I
yeah.
think that could be an issue, if it's divided into two separate lots and one's clearly Hamilton Band, then tax wise, you know, who owns?
I guess I could put an acreage on there. Well, we did put an acreage on, there is an
We did.
acreage on there of whatever, Hamilton Band and Liberty, so, tax wise should be easy to do.
There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Do we make are we
Motion
ready
to table. I'll make a motion to
Do
table.
we have a second? Luther seconded. All in favor?
Could you ask Wendy to send me those, comments from the zoning
If
officer?
you give me your email, I will do it right now.
Or just send it to Lee Royer at,
Wait, first I'm getting the attachment stuck on the email.
I could just write it down for you. You don't have to do it now.
No, I got it.
Alright. Lee Royer,
Is that no space or just no period or?
Lee Royer Associates with an S.
Say it,
Associates with an S, Associates
Yep.
at Comcast.net.
And if you don't get that, well, actually, once I typed it on
Yeah, yeah.
there, it popped up, so it must be somewhere else.
Go on, here.
What, oh, you got it?
Yeah, Wendy gave it to me, so I can always print off another copy at my office.
Well, we
It should be in your email too.
Okay. Okay. I don't know whether Pam sent you the comments yet, addressing your comments, Dominic, but I'll change those tonight and she can email to you tomorrow. You wanna just keep that, or do you wanna?
Is it gonna change at all? Yeah, remember, even if you're asking for a waiver, you gotta at least put on there,
Yeah.
you know, waiver granted or modification
Right.
granted, X date,
Alright. Well, we'll get to see you next month.
Does anybody have any other things to talk about? Does somebody wanna make a motion that we can leave?
Remember, 6:30 next month.
Yeah, 6:30.
All in favor?
The second, yes, Sue, who made the motion?
Luther made it also.
You said,
All in favor?
aye.
Okay. You are dismissed.
Okay, I wasn't paying attention at the beginning, I didn't get who seconded the, agreeing on who all the people are. Does anybody remember who seconded?
You second at what?
The motion for chairman, vice chairman and secretary.
Yeah. Okay, so
Rich?
for for chairman, you,
I made a motion.
Luther second.
Luther
Oh,
seconded.
wait,
And then for the vice chairman,
Ken,
Ken made a motion. Who
you seconded it.
Oh, I seconded that one,
Yeah.
good, okay. And then the secretary,
Ken, and then Sherry is second.
sorry, so for me it was
Ken,
Ken
and then Sherry second.
and Sherry.
Well,
I didn't say I did.
and it's like,
And is the gentleman sitting over there?
Welcome, Sherry.
And what's his name?
Brian.
Brian, okay? Brian, with an I or a Y?
Ah,
Yeah. Why would you part of
Just like those.
One thing I'm gonna ask you, what does site art do? Are they in a-
nobody knows it's like.
But are they, do they have to do anything? They do whatever they like.
Right, Bill?
I mean, you like stormwater plans, re-reviewed, building
Well, they're
plans.
doing major stuff up there, they're doing all kinds of stuff up there.
And then when we have to inspect it, they walk us around and then boot us off right away.
Okay, so it's just like that.
He's also my handler, same.
Excellent, well,
What they actually do up there, their government.
maybe we don't.
Well,
Oh,
I know what they do up there.
there you go, he'll tell you.
Yeah.
He's helped us
I
see
used to
your-
work in support of that. I've been inside there.
I know other people, yeah, but if you tell us, you have to kill us, so there we go.
Truthfully, what they did when I worked there, probably totally right.
Oh, no, my mother, she.
I lived there. I lived there.
Lived there.
Yeah, choppers coming in and out all the time, that's where I live.
Well, they come right over the farm.
Good
I
seeing
know-
everybody, see
I
you
know
next
the
time.
chocolate pirates who know their way, so they're right over my house, but the ones who don't know their way, follow the road.
Well, I wanna know when they take off, we live right across the road from the site. So when they take off, they can take off and they can go straight across the field. But they don't, they come out and they go over top of the house and they shake the windows.
Particularly the ospreys, when the ospreys
Oh,
come
yeah,
out,
yeah.
oh my God.
They're really wild. They're cool to watch. They're really cool.
Well, the whole house.
You know these things don't fly really well, actually, they fall out of the sky, cars go off.
Anyway, I'm
When
gonna,
they're headed there, though, they pretty much go over right near my property.
They circle around down through here and they go up that direction.
well, then sometimes, well, when Tony was there, we knew exactly, we could tell the times. Because the three of them would come through at 9:20 and they'd leave at 25.
You've got the time to
James
change.
coming?
But the helicopters don't land as much as the,
Right, the ospreys.
Oh, they're so loud.
Those things are-
The vibration happens.
They scare the crap out of our goats. I mean, it's just stand still, they're like, you're okay, you're okay.
Well, you have, no, it's good.
We have cows and goats.
I'm a big conservationist, right, so I'm bringing the whole
I got one right now, no, it's not like that, speak to you properly.
That's great. Have a good evening.
You too.
oh, well, I do that.
Completely concerned, you know, that's or size of the property. We're not gonna do it, we're not gonna do it with 10 acres. Well, maybe that's the rule. Well, if you can't sell it to land conservation, then why are we developing and caring about all these little plots that are in land conservation? That doesn't seem right to me. So if the county doesn't want to buy the rights, then why do we have restrict them as if they could? That's a good one, and I keep that.
There you go.
Hey, Rich, you know, I don't know if you saw, I invited the land conservation out of county here, for the next, supervisors meeting, if you wanna come.
I think I did see that, but I forgot.
Yeah, no problem. So we're trying to put, selling off all of our development rights to the conservation, so that no one can develop on it. And we're trying to promote that. What I've asked the board to look at is this something that we want to help out with? Because what I would like to do is actually establish a fund, where let's say you passed away and you had $100,000, we could put it in a fund that would be managed. And if you let that $100,000 vest over 20 years, suddenly now you have $1.6 million. We as a township could participate to incentivize people to sell their development rights. So that's my master plan on that one. And I've also reached out to Vail. I'm about to put a little squeeze
So
over
is this
there.
the conservation district or the land conservancy?
The Conservancy.
Okay.
The Land Conservancy, yeah. So Morgan's coming down to do it. Because I think we're like 60 submissions. They got like a handful, and we're number 2 on the list. So But what I've done is I've reached out to Vail, and I gave him a pretty hard line on, you know, I don't know if you know about this view that you've got, that you guys seem to enjoy for free, but it's not free. And if you want it to continue to look like that, you ought to pony up some cash to assist us in establishing this fund that we as a township would just, not the principal, we would just take off, we take a dividend from it, that we could, you know, for $2,500 or whatever. I mean, you only get, I think, it's like $3,000 an acre or $2,000 an acre. So if you could help a homeowner, maybe we're gonna get $2,000, I think $2,500 from you. You know, it's like not big, but it could make a difference for people. So that's the only way that I think it's a good way to create sustainability.
Yeah.